of my failings.
And now YouTube's here. So I flail around and try to remember what we were doing and what I should do with the Hamlet. This fills me with such joy. Oh, I did have the webcam in the top left. I don't remember if I end up blocking anything in the top right besides just the top 2 people in this list right here. Well, we'll see. We're hurting a little bit on the old money. Alright, we've got... a lot of people stressed out, too. Everyone's got this disease, but it's the one with, yeah, more damage for less accuracy. Oh, you've just... Whew. You need curing. I should maybe name you after me. Or maybe that one? Yeah, why not? I kept meaning to name one of the Hellions after me, because they're one of my favorite classes. Or I could also do one of the Plague Doctors. I guess the blue one. Need to get rid of them, some of them diseases. Oh god, where to start with all you numbskulls? Where to start? Oh my god, man has syphilis. Alright, first off, let me see what everyone's diseases are. It's not terrible. That's just funny still. Alright, most of them are the rabies or something else with bonuses. God. Except for the character I have named myself after, who has all the bad things. Guess that one first? If we get lucky, more than one of those will be cured. Who's the one with the other thing? You. Let's get rid of that syphilis real quick. We don't want that spreading around the Hamlet. If the Hamlet's got rabies, it's got rabies. We just... Alright, you're stressed, God. I need to get rid of that nervous thing on you. Just a flat bonus to how much stress you get. Disgusting. Unquiet mind. Oh, you've got a skilled gambler, so I can shove you in the gambling. Whew. Everyone here is stressed out. You can go there. Let me see. You're a team that can work right now, as is the A team. So I need to get you two going. God. Alright, you can be there. I have no money. Shit. Yeah, I need what little money. I have shit in here to sell? Oh, maybe. So shove you in here. Alright. A team or... I shouldn't have shoved you in there. I guess the A team's going out. Anything here? Just give a whole fuckload of... I don't want to do that one. don't know what I want to do. Let's do... It's medium. Let's see how much I can afford as far as provisions. So this should be fairly easy for them. Oh, this is nice. It's one of the ones where I start with the quest items instead of having to find them. Let's rock that. Yeah, we got good money. Okay. Should hopefully be good. And I need to see if anything's in the top right here. Also, I'm sure pretty much any minute now my dad will get home. I want to chat with him real quick when he does. So I can't wait till he gets home right at the start of this. So I fuck around in the hamlet and then immediately get up and go. A curio is here! I sure don't see anything in the top right. Why was I in the top right before? Doesn't seem like the best idea. Alright, we got 2 of the busts. I think we were wanting those for something. I should have looked to see if I could upgrade anything, but it looked like most of them were, I only really had a decent amount of the crests or whatever they are. Gonna leave that for now, because I think I come back later and I can just heal myself with it.
Seems bent on preventing passage.
Ooh, a scout. Well, there's kind of jack shit over here, but... Oh, there's another one of those. We're hungry. Cool. Oh, this is a bad thing. Oh, no. That's a quest thing. Alright. Thought that was one of the things that, like, summons a boss, and I was like, oh, God. Alright, everyone here is over-leveled, so hopefully this goes well. Over-leveled and over-equipped. Ooh, some onyx. There's somebody. Brought low and driven in the mud. We got another surprised. Let's just do that and try and focus on killing the front two. This won't bleed you, but it should hopefully just do a decent amount of damage.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Ah. I should have checked the damage range there to see if there was a chance of that actually working. Also, there's nothing in the top right. I don't know why I had my webcam in the top left, but I know I did.
Surgical precision.
Oh, that's not quite gonna kill him. Damn. Good dodge. With this, Will!
As the fiend falls, a faint hope.
There's some money!
A fortune
There's some more money!
to be spent.
I'll take the risk for the stress relief. Hey, nice. I don't know what that symbol means. I think it might get rid of something bad. Honestly, none of those are terrible. Chaos and exuding mischief. Uh-oh. The doggo didn't do too much bad. But welcome back. Dismiss has some not great things. Oh, that just relieves stress. Damn it. Alright, well, wasn't exactly worth coming over here for. One more. It's been too hot today for real playtime. That's fair. Poor pupper. Hopefully you guys are hanging in fine with the heat over there. Ugh. Second little food thing there. Oh. Glad I waited to mess with that, because I didn't have the right item earlier anyway. Hardly took a hit. Got it. I suppose that does anything. Nope. Let's just extend that. I only stocked up on the anti-venom because of those tables. I thought it was the item that gets me more loot. Oops. Jesus. It is not stopping with the hunger thing. I'm gonna have to rest soon just to make sure I have food for when I rest.
Abomination cleansed from our lands. Slowly, gently.
Ooh, some rubies. Blazing red with lust. A secret door. Ooh hoo hoo. Actually no, take that back. I'm gonna go over here to there. And I'll do the room battle up top, and then I'll rest. That way I have more room in the inventory for that stuff. Play-Doh ball. DePaul.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder are the
It's
roots
easy.
of gold.
Empty sack. Not done anything yet today. I definitely was not thinking of how to word a very similar joke.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Oh no! A little bit of stress! Whatever will I do?
The slow death, unforeseen,
Bang!
unforgiving. A
I don't
trifling
want those
victory,
bandages.
but a victory nonetheless.
Um... You know what? Yes. Wow. I could actually carry all of that. I wasn't expecting that.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Alright, we are now out of food because you numbnuts wouldn't stop eating. Ups range things. Oh, that lowers our stress gain for the next several fights. And gives protection of various kinds. Have a speckish. Oh, let's just pray. I just forget that those buffs didn't apply to themselves.
Promise of safety.
Alright. Do I know where the last little quest spot is? I'm not seeing... Oh, it's right there. Okay. Perfect, then I can drop that off and have one more spot for loot when we go into the secret room, which should have a fuck ton of loot. As usually they do. Oh, I'm out of holy stuff. Hey, nice buff. Maybe not the best person for a damage buff, but you know. Because I don't think it'll apply to the damage over time. Love to get rid of that acolyte before it really starts stressing us out. Or we can stun him. That works fine. There we go. Woo, just in time. Dodges.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Oh, is that enough? That's enough. Nice. Alright. And a dodge. Man, it's like this group of heroes is really over-leveled for this, this quest or something. Like, to the point where I need a mod in order to take them into it. Crazy. Oh. Someone's already emptied that sack. I got to it before me. Alright, there's some stress damage. Because y'all couldn't stop eating. Yeah, not when I know where there's a secret room. Oh, of all the fucking people. Alright, at least surprised. We should have this. Look at all those dots. Love to see it. Just getting a bit more damage there. Can I stun you? 50-50. Let's go. Damn it. That would have been so nice. Cool! Love the random crits. Yeah, it's kind of dark. They do have a bonus to crits. But still, lame. Good dodge. You know what? Why wouldn't I? Alright, it's dead. It's next turn. You love to see that. I don't want to up the torch, though. Almost killed it. hate it. I'm not the biggest fan, because it's like a hidden boss that loves to pop up occasionally. But it's dead already, so you know. There we go.
Is often blind to its own peril.
Should give some good loot.
This expedition at least promises success.
Just get rid of that bleed. It's annoying me.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Yeah. Ooh, double crit. I'm pretty sure those both just happen to be crits. I think they roll the damage separately there.
A death by inches.
Oh boy, snake oil. Alright, so gotta take the journal entry of someone thrusting things where they shouldn't.
Sin, haunting the hearts of men. Wealth
There we
beyond
go.
measure,
Yeah.
awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
That's 1,000. Well, I'm just gonna be leaving right here, so let's do that. Yeah, unfortunately gonna have to drop the Onyx, as much as I like it. Although, 500 gold are for the crests. I think I'd rather the 4 crests. Alright, now we're gonna leave.
Beacons in the darkness, stars in the emptiness of the void.
There's some good money. I'm not capturing my cursor. I probably should whenever I point at something. You don't seem to see it anyway. Cool. Alright. Let it be known I tried! -2 speed and 5 dodge. Cool. But quick reflexes, so +2 speed. And a disease randomly. Oh, I think it's because they already had diseases. I think if you have a disease, there's just always a chance you get another one randomly. Yeah, I forgot about that.
The shuffling dead are
Ooh, extra resolve on next quest, and extra damage and ruins on next quest. So that would be a good time to kill the boss there now. Anyone neat here? Another flagellant and Vestal. You know what? While we got a good surplus of money, some better arms and armor for everyone. And double check everyone's skills. And there goes, like, all my extra money. Alright, let's ixnay some diseases. Oh no, you didn't have a disease at all, you bastard. I know where I'm going for stress relief. go there because you don't have as much. Alright, I hear fam here, so let me go talk to them for a quick minute. BRB. I need to get rid of some of these diseases. Oh, kind of out of money, actually. Any upgrades we can grab besides you, who I don't particularly care about? More gambling or drinking slots? That's really it. You know what? Sure. More gambling slots.
With enough ale, maybe they can be inured against the horrors below.
So let's take you four to the ruins for the boss. Sounds about right. You know it. Customize experience. Bring a little extra food because apparently people are feeling peckish today. Yeah, alright. Let's try this.
Excavations beneath the manor were well underway when a particularly ragged indigent arrived in the hamlet. This filthy, toothless miscreant boasted an uncanny knowledge of my ambitions and prognosticated publicly that, left unchecked, I would soon unleash doom upon the world. The echoes of his mindless tittering reverberate maddeningly.
As I tried to remember these guys' moves, specifically the Flatulent, who again, first real time actually using them. Almost gotcha. Ba ba da da ba ba da da da.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Damn it.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. Executed with impunity.
Die. Die. Damn it. Stupid spiders.
Another one falls.
Some good loot on that one.
Victories mount. So too will resistance.
I think it was that one. Yeah, don't want that. Sure. No. God, sure. Fuck it. A little bit of food. Look at that. Forgot Bleeding Guy isn't exactly useful here with all the skeletons. Damn it. I definitely want to kill him. This is one of the few bosses that I kind of remember, because I actually fought him. And, I think he does just a lot of stress damage, and that's what he is kind of super dangerous about him. So I want to try and get to him with as little stress as possible. Actually, really should have hit one of the front ones and just had crossbowmen take him out. Like so!
Back to the pit.
Gonna try and get it so that, A, we get the heal first at least.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
I thought that said the contents are gross at first, and I was like, okay. What's in it then? Crate's empty. Slice and dice the dungeon, you know it. Howdy who awful. Hope your day's going well.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I'm being covered in a sticky web. It's so gooey.
Press this advantage.
Finally awake during a morning today. Fair.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Sack's still empty. Oh. Ow! 9?
Lie in wait. Unsprung and thirsting for blood.
I'm gonna pop a torch. Ow!
Maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
I'll pop another torch. Sack's still empty. Long recharge time on it. Well, you eat those 2 foods just real quick. Can't wait till the boss is in this next room. Sack, still empty. Oh, my dog needs in. BRB real fast. And I'm back. Shut up, I skim a long time. Forget stopping at the shirt. God, fair. It's actually pretty hot today, but finally once again in a house with AC.
The darkness holds dominion. as death.
Ooh, I see a bunch of stress damage here. Bunch of unfortunately fast stress damage. Let me check really fast. How hot was it supposed to be today? I think over 100. Oh no, only 92. It starts hitting the hundreds on Thursday. Got it. 87 inside, over 100 outside. Ugh. It's grody. Damn it.
Destroyed.
Ow! I should maybe have been, maybe should have been having a stronger torch for this, especially since it's a boss go through.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Let's do it on my wrists. I just cuddled a frozen 2-liter Coke bottle. Wow, alright, that's a 70% chance to hit on both of them, and I missed all 4 goes. That's cool. Ow. Water every few minutes? That sounds about the right way to do it. There we go.
This expedition at least promises success.
Where's that key? Ooh, a whole bunch of stuff. I shouldn't need that bandage. There was 40. God. Dead. Hopefully also dead. Hey. Might actually be faster with just the 2 of them to do the single target heal until they're all good. Jesus, 41 damage! And the leper said, fuck you in particular.
Brought low and driven into the mud.
I really want the scout, that way I know where the boss is. Oh, map. Battle with Curia. Oh, right. It's gotta be right there, then. There's no way. Although, it shows as the boss, right? Like, the boss is a very specific... I think it's like a specific room thing. Region origins tests. I think it would at least say, like, quest spot. But... Oh, really? You whiffed? Loser. There we go. You dodge? Alright, you know what? One more turn to heal. I'll take that. Yeah. Doesn't matter if I did extra damage to him, as long as that shot made it, but, you know.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Oh, actual scouting. I think it's right there, but God, I'm not sure. You know, I'm only seeing 2 other fights total. So any bonus for fighting lasts, I feel like, usually 4 fights. So I think we'd be fine if we do this, hopefully. That would not be bad. It's nighttime ambush, but only if religious. I don't see anything that says you aren't, and I think by default the Vestals are religious, but... Oh! Neat. Extra accuracy and crit. That would be really helpful. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Thankfully, none of that. I definitely want this because I think the boss kind of hides behind a whole lot of obstacles in the back of the fight. So let's load up on that ranged damage. You've been missing a lot. So yeah. It's my dad. Fair. And I guess let's get rid of your stress.
The light, the promise of safety.
An old journal entry.
Fortune, waiting to be spent.
Sure. Try and take it. I'm dumping it if I find something more useful, though. I see a bunch of people that cause stress, which I still feel like this boss does a lot of, if I remember right, so a little worried about that. Oh, damn it, that should have killed if it hit, too. Nice. I mostly did that just because there was a better chance of one-shotting that guy, and hey, you know what? Worked out.
Obliterated.
Punish her. Can't believe you whiffed the punishing.
A trifling victory.
Sorry.
But
I don't have a ton of money right now. I kind of need that. Yeah, I got lucky. Ouchie. Yep. This boss is a boss version of this guy, by the way. For the mild spoilers there. Yeah, fuck you. Ow.
Clarified in a single
I mean, I'm glad a crit was only 6, but... Is that an enemy abomination? It is a madman.
returns even the boldest gaze.
That heal. Goodbye to you. Same difference. As far as I know, they never transform into some weird demonic creature, so... Damn it. The downside to the leper right there.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Yeah, no, let's just do that. Before you do anything else.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick?
Give me 1 second real quick. Alrighty, I'm back. My mom was home and picked up one of the dogs, and the other one wanted to be picked up. So it made noises I'm not used to hearing. Do I want anti-venom? I don't think I do. Yeah, let's just go on. Well, I don't have a bandage, you big baby. Just a long, empty corridor so I can enjoy hearing the slowly bleeding noise. I have returned.
A handsome reward.
And the sack finally had something.
Well performed.
And just like that, it's empty again. I don't think I'm going to use that at this point. Although, there's a chance that might cure that stress over time debuff, but I'm not sure. Okay, the map will show the boss. I'm glad I finally have confirmation. So, no one is spotting those traps, and it is making me sad.
The ground quakes.
But oh, 1 damage off killing him. Damn it. Ugh, that's some nasty stress. But he can use his Healy thing now. Let's just take you out. I can be sure that'll work. Keep any more stress from happening there. Barring a crit, which very well can happen.
Surgical precision. Annihilated.
God, that Gasm
Seize
emote.
this momentum. Push
I
on
never
to
would
the
have guessed that
past end.
Zone would have a really good Gasm emote. I don't know how I could have seen that coming. Also, haha, coming. Oh, I forgot the shovel doesn't give bonus things for the sarcophagus.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
I didn't need to get rid of both of those. Whoops. Alright, here's the thing. I get to that curio and I start popping the torches. Just because there's a better chance for treasure like this. Oh yay, journal entry. Ooh.
The requirements of survival cannot be met on an empty stomach.
Shame I didn't save that food. Still feel like this one is a little too much. What do you mean?
Behind the pews, spouting
Just fine.
endless drivel.
Yeah, I don't remember this this boss fight as well as I thought I did. Alright, let's start that bleeding going. Emotes on mobile win. I'm surprised they haven't figured something out. Like you would think. Oh, that doesn't mark them. Damn. This marks you, though. And this fight will take long enough that that's definitely worth doing. Alright, stunned. That's a shame. Ooh, that's some not good for me damage. The mobile app better, lol. You're not wrong. Just keep putting that bleed on. Yep, there's that stress. Oh, and stun. Ooh. Ow! Wonder if I,
Massive pummeling.
needed to break some of these pews faster than I did. Jesus.
Injury and despondence set the stage
Oh,
for
are you...
heroism.
I wonder. Getting a vague memory of something. What if I do this? Forget, does that change anything? Isn't what he saw wrong then, and doesn't it, like, not fall?
Exposed to a killing
Oh,
blow.
cool. Sweet crit right then. Nope, it still does.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
I've almost killed him, though. Thank God for this bleed. Eco dices. I don't know. You got me there. Alright, hopefully the healer doesn't die. Unless... Hey, killed him anyway, alright.
His own demise? I care not, so long as he remains dead.
And go. Hey, didn't lose anyone! Whew. Thank you, stacking debuffs. GG, you beat the prologue. No, that's the second boss there. We are 2 in, at least. $32 crests. Nice. Not as much treasure as I would have hoped. Night Owl, bulimic. Great.
A fresh irritant, the sum. A sanguine memory to me.
Title, you lost me money. For the first add-on building? I do not know. Especially since I'm nowhere near being able to afford any of them, I think. Oh, I could get the thing that ups the Jester. That one character I refuse to use because it seems really complicated. Oh, a new Hellion. Consumed by thoughts of inadequacy with imposter syndrome? Oh, I should have named that one after me. The bank every single game. I can't blame him. Money has been a bit tight most of the time here. Let's again just try and get rid of all these fucking diseases. Please. Any of you have any specific things you prefer or hate in town? You don't brothel or drinks, so you will gamble. Bum rushing the bank too? God, fair. Right, the flagellant will only flagellate himself. Right. Forgot that little quirk he had. In-game Twitch in-game. In Minecraft? Can make the blacksmith cheaper. Isn't terrible, because it is pretty expensive. I could up stress recovery here. I feel like there are times where better stress recovery is good. I feel like it's only helpful if someone almost died from stress, though. Could get 2 slots there, though. That wouldn't be terrible. Or I could up some of this stuff. Let's do that one.
The front line of this war is not in the dungeon.
Hope for the extra disease removal since we're finally getting into when disease happens in this game. I'll get a second slot there.
And dogmatic rituals.
And I'll
For some,
make this
a tonic
cheaper.
against the
Wrong
bloodshed.
one.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life.
Can anyone really, get any of that? God, I also just remember, I did that boss with that bonus damage because I did the other quest beforehand. That seems pretty good. Is the Fanatic only that kind of boss, though? I don't know how many enemies are considered fanatics, but a 10% stress thing is pretty sweet. I'm claiming that for myself. Streamer advantage. I think that's about it in town. God, I've been putting off the bosses for so long I can already do the next boss here. Yikes. Try the Hag. Oh, the Hag is such a rough boss. I don't think I've ever tried the Swine Prince either. Yeah, I think the only other boss I've tried in this game is the Hag. That Caregivers Convention is a really good event. That's when the sanitarium's free. Which I am spamming right now because everyone has diseases and bad things to them. Whew. It'd be dangerous, though, because I would be bringing this, like, level 1 guy along with us. I think I want to try this. We might have to end up abandoning it midway through, though. It is suicide, buddy. Sad for you. Definitely take plenty of food, plenty of shovels. I don't remember if there is the chance of something wanting a key in there. Take 4 of those and like 6 of these. Okay.
Our land is remote and unneighbored. Every lost resource must be recovered.
Alright. This at least isn't the worst layout for this kind of thing. Not a lot of backtracking. Oh, I'm already gonna have to use 2 of my shovels? Gross. Hate that.
Nature herself, a victim to this.
Glad I bought 3.
Malformed with misintent.
Oh, someone eats an extra food here. That's also not great. Leper only. Extra healing received. Oh. That's pretty good. I'll try and keep that. Oh, that guy's stealthed? Great. Only 2 rounds at least. Could get rid of the stealth, or I could try and focus on this big guy. Oh, also this'll hit him anyway. Ouch. Oh, I think the low-level guy gets, like, a ridiculous amount of stress because this is, like, too high level for him. And so he just gets extra stress. I kind of forgot that was probably a mechanic. Nice try. I'm the one doing the punishing here. I'll have you know. Of course we're getting crit too.
Strike. The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Ouchie. Let's just not take damage this turn, please.
Crumbles.
Just make sure he doesn't die. Because that will get rid of all my healing and such. Hey, and we got another healing. Alright. Yeah, you're kind of low.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Some good money and such, though. Oh, cool. It was trapped. Well, I'm gonna grab this curio and then back up. Hey, we didn't even take, like, a stealth down or anything there. Nice. Oh, God, I forgot that was a monster here. I hate that.
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
Cool, love all that stress there. Uh-oh. Pull through, buddy, pull through. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons.
Yeah, that's good at least. Alright. Is that 2 crits in a row? What the fuck? Cool. Love this game. I love playing this in XCOM so much. Oh, I guess it got low enough darkness that it does have a bonus to critting, but I'm still upset about it. It really is.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Ooh, I got quick draw. Replaced Eagle Eye. Wish I could see what Eagle Eye was. Let's go ahead and do that. It is way too early to be doing this, but fuck it.
A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors. A momentary abatement.
I apparently packed this man's wounds with dung. I saw that real fast. Try and keep him from getting too much stress as I foolishly tried to push on.
Blazing star is born.
I haven't even found a single one of the 3 medicines I need, but maybe one's right here. Nope. Hey, some sapphires, though. Blue like strangled dreams. Oh, that's one of the pages I threw away at the last place. Alright. Yeah, that's a shame. Hey! I resisted it! Thank you, immune system. Cool. Of all the people to hit.
Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
One of the things I need. Alright, 2 more. Digging in the grave. Oh, thank God, a torch. One of the few times I've actually thought that. And fight. Oh, God, why? Thanks, friend. Minus 10 dodge, of course. Cool, it resisted my debuffs. But hey, we dodged there. This man's gonna die of a heart attack.
Be gone, fiend. Another one falls. The ground quakes.
Because you touch yourself at night. Well, damn it. The game's got me there, then.
Uncertainty.
Horror.
The birthplace of dread.
It made things darker, though. Bastard. Alright, you're dead. I will heal that 2 damage off of myself. As will he.
The slow death. Unforeseen.
Uh-oh.
Unforgiving.
2 new gems, huh? Could have tossed those bandages instead, actually. Oh well. Look at Mr. Crusader with no No stress whatsoever. Good for him. Oh, there was a fight here. It just said quest location, not anything else. Ruh-roh. I am marked. Oh, this guy is dead as hell. If I can leave fast enough, then I'll end up saving him, but I am not feeling confident in that one. Oh. Hey, alright, let's just... Oh, nope, he's dead. Oh. Oh, heart attack only sends you to death's door.
Fear and frailty finally claim their due.
I thought it just insta-killed you.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
At least got some loot out of that.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Alright, so someone's fucking too hard. We don't know where she is anymore. Good for her. Oh, you're also still gambling. Cool. You're still praying. Cool. Punishing for how hard it also is. That's nice, at least. Alright, well, first off, nice. Flawed release? Well, we shouldn't send you to the brothel then, should we? Playthroughs instead of 200. Also nice. I should send you somewhere where you will get some more stress relief than what that is. Whew, man. Alright, at least the A team is ready to actually go somewhere. I should not spend any other money. No, town management. Which, is pretty nice. I do kind of enjoy the old, town management, but it can be a bit much sometimes. Let's do the Cove for funsies. Also because we'll be taking title, and I think the Weald has light resistance. Whew. Tentacled lurkers lie in wait just below the water's surface. Nice.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Alright, gotta explore rooms, so let's go. Man, imagine I didn't have the mod that would allow me to take this team into this mission, and I would have had to go to like a tier 2 mission instead. Crazy. Sure. Fuck it. I need money. Oh, I didn't really get what I wanted out of that. I should have waited until I was walking back, because it would have been slightly darker and I might have gotten better loot. Yeah, I wouldn't have. Oh well. Fish people. Tentacles. I love the cove theme though. Cool. Well, I hit one of them. Zap. Electric tentacles. Now we're really getting kinky. There's a chance that killed both of them. Not a very high one, but a chance.
Foreseen. Unforgiving.
Zap.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Glittering gold.
Oh boy, journal
trinkets
page.
and baubles. Paid for in blood.
Got the drop on the fish people.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Nice. Max damage. We love to see it. Man, imagine if I had the skill on the title that got rid of corpses. Oh well. Ow.
Assault cannot be left unanswered.
Mean. Up to the front with you two. And you're both dead. 'Tis but a matter of time now. I'd like my healer to get one more turn in, if you kindly.
This is how a
That's
life
not the
is
healer. Ooh, what's this?
This expedition at least promises
Oh.
success.
It's not bad at all. Here's some food title. I don't remember if this gets rid of a bad quirk or if it just de-stresses, but that should go well either way. Hey, it gets rid of quirk, right. Nice. It's not exactly the one I would have gotten rid of, but oh well.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
Well, damn it. It was not worth getting rid of that shovel for the bonus loot. Let it be known. I'm just ignoring that. I should have just not had that the blood court on for this, but oh well. Maybe at some point I'll start it up. Never know. Sweet Scout. Cool.
Secrets and wonders
Some
can be
onyx,
found
maybe?
in the
Eh,
most
I'll take some
tenebrous
jade.
corners of this place.
Good dodge. Ah, fuck the bandages. Clutch hitter. Great for the estate baseball team. Cricket team? I don't know. I'm not sure which country this is supposed to be. I feel like it gives off more of a England vibe, but Lovecraft was usually New England, so God only knows. Well, you two are just gonna be shuffling back and forth right there, like a bunch of sillies. My God! None of this is happening in the order that would be useful. You can just shoot, though, so let's get some damage in. No, I got rid of my bandages. No. God damn it. Those two just shuffling back and forth like idiots. But telling them to do nothing will just stress them out, so we're gonna shuffle them back and forth like dummies.
Blossoms.
Ow. See, but now I can do this. That's mostly the right order. Ow.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Bleed. Oh, he's gonna have 1 health. Damn it. Unless.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Let's get a little bit more healing in.
War can be healed, but never hidden.
Cool. Love it. Oh, hey, we're in the right order now. Thanks, fam.
Decimated.
Is this journal page cooler?
But a victory nonetheless.
Eh. Also. We're getting some good scouting for having, like, no torch this entire time. Although we aren't getting, like, the scouting to go far, unfortunately. And does sack have anything in it? Yes, it does. Listen there. The moment there's anything new in that, we're gonna empty it. Part of the rules of the dungeon. Alright, I'm gonna get to that room, then we're gonna camp.
If only
Ooh, that is a
Dragon had
assortment of
solved
things.
otherworldly corruption.
I haven't ran into anything that uses the key, but I have ran into something that both needs the shovel to get rid of and also for extra loot.
The ground
Nice crit.
quakes. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Damn it. But he hit. He does have extra chance to hit. It's dark enough. But still, I can be salty still.
Destroyed. Greatest
Nice.
weapon
God,
cuts
10
on its
damage
own.
off of a blight. Alright, you're dead on your turn.
A momentary abatement.
Probably don't really need to heal at this point, just because
Annihilated.
I'm gonna camp before we get into another fight. But
As
hey,
victories mount,
why not?
so too will resistance.
Oh, come on, guys. We're gonna camp at the end of this hallway. Couldn't last that much longer. Just needed a little snack. No. Getting some good money, though.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight.
Oh, he's still a little
Uneasy
hurt.
companionship.
Loses a lot of people some stress, as does that. There we go. Mostly full health, a little bit of
The
buffs,
promise of safety.
some less stress for the next few fights, and a bit of protection. Full light. Oh. The wheel giveth and the wheel taketh away. Oh, and then there's those tentacles that were mentioned at the start.
Shuddering.
Oh, right, you're around here. I forgot about that. I was told you were. Basically no chance to stun you, you say. You know what? Let's just make sure you're at full for this. This is the thing from the stars. I have a decent chance of bleeding you, which is also nice. Oh, it made a baby. Let's just...
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. The blood quickens.
I'm glad I have a lot of people with debuffs this time, because when it gets on low on health, it starts taking basically no damage and deals a ton of damage, so... But that does not affect these damages over time, thankfully. And I'm getting great dodges and such there. Oh, there's a badness. Oh, I think it's low enough that it's got its buffs. Yep, it does. Oh, right, it can also get rid of its debuffs.
Back
And it's dots. Right. Take it back. This thing is still going to be extremely annoying. Good thing I've got my A-team here. Sweet, 1 damage. Sweet, no damage. Reminder that these are my best party members, and this is the damage they're dealing. Ow. And there goes the dots from it. Really cool that that also cures it. But hey, the paladin's doing nothing now, so he can just hit the baby. The egg, probably more accurately. Alright, we've almost got this thing dead. Oh, really? It resisted the bleed? Damn it.
Executed with impunity.
And it at least still takes the damage before it cures itself, which is nice. If I had gotten... Oh, it resisted the blight too? Damn it. You're just making this take longer, game. I think I tried lowering its protection last time, and it would just, like, get rid of that debuff, so it always maintained that protection.
Another one.
Oh, sweet crit.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Nice. Alright. Moon Ring. Neat. I probably shouldn't keep it. Because it's never worth keeping those just for money. Actually, it's probably worth a little bit more than 1750, so... We got some Comet Shards. Anyway, that was a lot more annoying than the current Fishman.
Sedated.
Soothed. Sedated. It's really not even that great of loot besides the Comet Shards. And even then, I could get the Comet Shards in a better spot. It would just be instead of going to a dungeon like this. I should get rid of that from you, actually.
Masterfully
Sweet
executed.
crit. Man, Crusader Boy's real stressed out right now. Idle's about to be stressed out. Accused of something.
This returns even the boldest gaze.
Alright, he's dead next turn. Ow. I should have stunned him instead. Also, at that point, that was probably not worth curing, and I should have just dealt damage instead. Oh, well.
A devastating blow.
Ow. Cool. There we go.
Success so clearly in view. Or is
I haven't found a single other painting.
the light?
think so. Oh, sweet. A ton of extra damage and speed. We take those. Oh, the sack's empty again. Good. Gonna keep that empty. Ugh. Oh, had something in it again. Can't stop yawning all of a sudden.
Eradicated.
Ow. I cast gun.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Cool. Anything worth keep going for? I'll do this in the next fight, because they'll drop loot too. Oh, cool, a map. Great. If only I had, like, one more bleed on that, I would consistently kill things with it. Oh, cool, a crit. That's what I get for being greedy. Howdy. And you landed the hit. For an extra, like,
Remind yourself that over
200 and probably 15 gold.
insidious killer. We will find all
Okay.
manner of great and terrible.
Did not find many
things in
heirlooms,
this
but we got
war
quite a few, monies. Man, all these disease. The worries plus 30% stress. Gross.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine mental.
Cloudy was caught making strange requests. Listen. Nope. I'm not allowed in the brothel anymore. Oops. These things happen. We're too horny on Maine. Listen. I own the town. Don't I get a pass? Can't upgrade anything. We have a bit extra. Anyone better equipment? Nope. Oh, everyone's finally ready down here. I can actually send the weaker people out for a quest. Put your pants back on. Take your coin purse back. You know you fucked up. Listen. Could just say no. Didn't have to kick me out. Which ones? First three and the last one. I should have known. Those were the ones that were upgraded. That's all for that. And you guys can't upgrade anyway. Alright. Let's cure some diseases. Title, you can actually cure your own disease the next time you go out. So why don't we just wait on that? Also, let's do that so I can visit the brothel again. Just gotta strap in real quick. Oh yeah, title, you also aren't allowed in the brothel, by the way. Just FYI. Alright, I once again have no money. Listen, I'm not the only one that's asked for some weird stuff. Oh, you know what? I think I fought the Siren once, but I don't remember what the mechanics were. What did I do? I don't know. I don't think you started with that, though, I will say. Alright. D-Team is being sent on a long one, and boy howdy, I do not have the money for supplies for them, so... Sucks for them. Make him call her mommy. That. Which... Like, don't get me wrong. Not everyone's into that. At the same time, you think the brothel would be able to handle that.
Even the fiercest beast
I feel
would
like
down
daily
when
they
it's
would
not
get
eaten.
something weirder than that.
Steal their food.
Whew. Man, really don't have that shovel, huh? I was almost able to afford it.
Are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
Please find money more than anything else. Also, I really ought to replace the Vestal in this group with a Plague Doctor. That would do far better. I think that's one of the things we need. Alright, if I can get to there, then camp, that'd work out pretty well.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Alright, once again, cool.
Watch your step.
My guy needs to watch out for giant saw blades. Well, I was trying to avoid being surprised there. Fortunately, this shouldn't matter too much, hopefully.
Ringing ears,
Cool crit.
vision. The end
Damn you.
approaches. Destroyed.
Ooh, just enough.
A momentary abatement.
Try to remember how man-at-arms work. I feel like man-at-arms are actually amazing if you put in, like, 5% more strategy a turn than I tend to. But they work just well enough. I've never been forced to, like, figure out that extra strategy step. And so they just keep being, like, okay for me.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Just that got rid of corpses.
Press this advantage.
Hey,
No
crit,
quarter.
nice. Just get rid of a little bit of stress at least.
Such a terrible
Alright, that
assault
stress is
cannot
back.
be left unanswered. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. The ground quakes. Their formation is broken.
Now, if only I had managed to afford a
Maintain
key.
the offensive.
Sure, let's give that to you. Just that you heal a little sooner, hopefully. Hey, there's some Paytons. Oh my god!
Cruel machinations.
Stop humping the rusty saw blades, or whatever you're doing. Oh, that's not a good order. They're eating her. And then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god. Fuck you.
Obliterated.
Woo, that's a good heal.
Dazed. Reeling. About to break.
We are stressed. But I'm gonna push forward still. Be
Annihilate.
just a touch greedy with it. I was really hoping the cultist would go first. Damn. I could have pulled him forward and then he may not have been able to do the drum stuff. Oh, but he just marked me. That's good still. And that gets rid of the corpses, even if it doesn't pull you forward.
Eradicate.
Nice. Ooh, we mostly dodged that. That's good.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Oh, Vestal Chalice. Sure. Warren's Scrounger. Oh, extra scouting chance. Dope. Didn't get it this time, but you know. Man, these fucking drums just constantly. Drums in the deep. Man, I feel like I've been having really bad luck with the,
At any cost.
the thing. Those, resolve, coin flips. I usually get a lot closer to, like, 50-50, I feel like, but I've only very rarely managed to succeed on those this time around. Which is a shame! Because the good result both gives them, like, a really good buff for the dungeon, and also reduces their stress back down to 50. Oh, he's still doing the drums even up front. Alright, that's a shame.
Unbalanced. A momentary abatement. Confidence surges as
There we go.
family crumbles.
Oh, that didn't kill him? Damn it. Good dodge. Just make sure he dies before he gets another hit in. Oh! He set her over the edge, damn it.
There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
That's a real shame, because we're real close to camping, and that would have lowered her stress. But now she's going to be stuck like that. Oh, grain. Yeah, no, we're just going to be eating all these bad coin flips, unfortunately. I only have one torch left. I gotta wait to camp. Really? You're surprised? Damn you.
Another one falls.
To be honest, 40A seems like the only one among you I like so far.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Ghoulish horrors brought low and driven into the mud.
Oh god, why? Stop getting surprised! I'm getting reamed by RNG right now.
The horror.
I would rather you all die than fail this, than retreat from this mission. For the record. Fuck. It vomited on me. Oh, thank you for that move at least. Alright, buddy, do you make your coin flip? Of course not.
Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge into madness.
I think she just wanted to get hit right there. Oh, will you make your coin flip? One person I like?
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace of dread.
Cool! Hell yeah!
A moment of valor shines brightest against a backdrop of despair. Diminished.
Knew there was a reason I liked her more than the rest of you.
A momentary abatement. Back to the pit.
Well, there goes that being the better heal option then. Alright. You're most of the way back at least. Hell yeah.
This expedition at least promises success.
I don't know if it promises success. Yo. Nice. Oh, you ruined it! I hate this party except for her. I've never been ambushed this much in this game. My god. She's gonna have her resolve tested again. Cool. Let's just do that for a second. Alright. Hey, you know what? It was not a bad move. I will not complain about that one.
Powerful blow.
Double crit. Alright, you guys are working with this. Okay, her resolve is not actually tested. That's good.
Exposed to a killing
Damn it.
blow.
Well, I'm resting here, so... Damn you! Man, they are all going before me.
A singular strike.
Also, just remembered I have those. Let's go ahead and use them. How much bleed does that do? 2 for 3. Eh. Let's just do that.
Decimated.
Alright. My guy wants to make peace with the pig people. And he is crazy. Please, for the love of God, just kill this thing already.
precipitates a dizzying fall.
I don't remember which I need more right now, portraits or busts. I think portraits are kind of the rarer thing, so...
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
Yeah, let's get that extra damage. Never mind. I love that that still eats up my time, too. Damn you, game.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
God, I didn't even make it as far as I wanted. Sack is empty. Good. Listen, the only one of these four I'm going to make an effort to save is Fortier. Oh, hey, there's the thing. And yeah, no, I'm poor as hell. We need to keep going. I have no money here. There's nothing in any of the other rooms? Cool. So was that not on the map? Fuck you, game. It just failed to show everything in the room. Cool. Garbage map. Sweet crit. Alright, I'm getting crazy luck right now. Yeah, I'm sure you wanted to make friends with that cultist witch. I don't blame you.
A dizzying blow to body
Owie.
and brain.
Some rough bleeding right now. Cool. The whole ball and chain. Sweet.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Ow. Probably gonna have to leave after this fight just because everyone else is too stressed. Although, again, I don't know how much I care about most of this party.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
It's a worrying amount of stress for her. The one I care about. Oh. Wow, I'm getting nothing. Damn it. Alright, well, I'm just gonna go. There's no loot here.
Our supplies are replenished. The soldiers will feast tonight.
I've got like $10,000. I got so many crests, which is not what I need right now. Supply costs free, provision costs free. Alright, that's good at least.
By the spreading calamity.
Whew. Okay. Well, I'm gonna BRB real quick, because I need to use the bathroom, so, you know, BRB. I am back. Look at those two, they are just itching for adventure, aren't they? Forgot, I got this in order to sell. It was barely worth it. I don't have a Houndmaster. I do have Lepers. So you should have that. Yeah. Where is the Arbalist? Oh, you already have that. Where is my Flagellant? Alright, got a little bit of money. I do have a new Vestal and Man-at-Arms if I feel like it. Alright, the Vestal's a kleptomaniac. They aren't coming along.
Suffer not the lame horse, nor the broken man.
Damn, harsh. But also, you know. $55 paintings for the bank, huh? Oof. God, that granary also seems nice with the free food, more healing when eating. Puppet theater seems pretty nice as well with the free stress relief. It's not a huge amount, but a little bit every week would help out. Okay. So y'all need helping. let's get rid of some diseases still. What do I have? I have a lot. Got it. Oh, let's get rid of some for me then. And that one from you. And you know what? Let's let Tidal back into the brothel. Okay. I need to make sure this new guy has skills I want, which... want those two instead. I don't suppose I can upgrade anything. I really doubt it. 32 deeds? Jesus. I can reduce the skill cost of training. Yeah.
Every creature
Sure.
has a weakness. The wise hero trains for what he will face.
Can I trade for shards? I can. How many of these for it? Probably not worth trading just yet. 55 paintings for the bank. Oh, I was doing that the wrong way around anyway. No wonder I was getting so many for what I thought. Ooh, 10 paintings, huh? For all of my crests. Could be a no from me, dog. Alright, so what team is kind of full and ready? Is this... Okay, that's B team now. I guess C team. Who have bleed. It's Aquarian only. Huh. Long. Jeez. I think I've only tried a long mission like once. Oh, wow. That's a lot of rewards. C team's fairly strong. Ah, but that's the ruins, and he doesn't have a ton of bleed things. Let's try and kill the hag. You guys are technically over-leveled for it, so hopefully it won't be too hard, but I remember this being a bitch of a fight. Alright, food's free. Give me all of it. Oh, this is all free. Jeez. Like, I might as well fill up, right? Actually, then... I should do this long one. Because my provisions are free. makes sense to me. Oh, fine. No, not. All right. Let's go.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar. Now, foreign.
Glad we immediately got some scouting. All right, we need to explore 90% of rooms. I hate the layout of this place for that. Let's go this way first, why not? This is the lowest tier mission, though, which is nice. So that should hopefully mean this will be fairly easy. As long as we pace ourselves correctly. Which, that's not the best of signs, but you know.
Their formation is broken.
Don't see why not when the brawler's gonna do that.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Packs laden with loot.
Also, do the bandages get you any extra loot ever? Or any, like, interesting interaction with any of the objects? I feel like they don't. But I don't know if I've really tried them on everything. Because, you know, I don't know what to rub bandages on in order to try and get something for it. Oh, I forget. Wow. Oh, okay, no, that's a specific skill. That's not that bad. Forgot you had just, like, a straight-up bonus stress no matter what. Hey, who knows? Maybe this will cure it. Nope. And I kind of go through my supplies a little quickly at first to try and also get room back for loot. Especially these torches. Some hunger. Deadly. Extra crit chance. I mean, it does help out the healing skills, at least.
If only treasure could staunch the flow.
Another food back. Journal page.
Corruption.
Back in the Warrens again with the ring. I wish there was some way to upgrade your inventory space.
Another one.
Good crit.
Back.
Also good crit. Oh. Oh, alright. Also good crit. We do have a bonus to crits right now. We have enough light, but I also hang out at this light level pretty often. I definitely don't get crits like that all the time, so,
Expedition at least promises
you know.
success.
Nice. Fuck you, guy. Ouchie. And healed back. Nice. Ow. Damn it.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
There we go.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I'm gonna do one more room, then I'll rest up. Oh, nice. It's just about to use the torch, but guess this works out fine for me. Nice.
Obliterated. Confidence
Solid.
surges as the enemy crumbles.
And a crit heal. He's
Success
worth taking.
so clearly in view.
No.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
An old journal entry. Well. This isn't even a long journal entry.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight, an uneasy companionship.
I don't know why you would just add like 50 stress onto a character for no reason.
The light, the promise of safety.
Oh, well, the shovels are
Even
useful.
The cold stone seems bent on preventing passage. Wealth beyond measure.
Wealth
To the
beyond
brave
measure,
and the foolhardy
Outlander.
alike.
Maybe I would have gotten a crit or something, you never know. Not my stress! Ooh. And a hefty stress. Alright, calm down. Why couldn't I get stressed like that before I rested? Damn it. Oh, the minimum damage.
Press disadvantage.
Nice. And that also lowers you enough that you'll bleed out next turn. Ow! feel like the flagellant should have special text if they're gonna talk about them bleeding.
Decimated.
There we go.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I feel like there isn't a lot of anti-venom stuff around here. Take the onyx.
Be gone.
Oh, if only those numbers were backwards. Alright.
How quickly
Owie.
the tide turns.
Take that then, asshole. There we go.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
And back we go.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles,
Perfect.
paid for in blood.
Once again, real happy that the torch doesn't go down a lot if you're backtracking like this. Wow, the one thing this gives, one of the few things that this gives me a bonus to. I'm gonna try and get to that treasure room that's by the entrance, and then I'll rest again.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
I mean, sure. Yeah, I was hoping for that. Also a room with treasure. Oh, the other thing that this gives a bonus to, I think this mostly just heals me. Nope. I think at this point, that's probably just more worth it. I'm glad they let me do my little experiment there. Kind of them. Oh, let's try and kill you before you do your thing. A call from Texas for some reason.
Well,
Good crit. He's trying to shake me. Open fire.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled.
12
They can be
busts.
beaten.
That's nice. Busting does, in fact, make me feel good. Oh, let's just empty that sack real quick.
Waiting to be spent.
A singular
Nice.
strike.
$24, my god. That is so much damage in this game. Owie. Although, me killing that witch is a bit of a shame, because then she isn't going to end up, making it... Getting rid of that last 3 torch right there so that we get the most loot. Which would have been nice.
The ground quakes.
Ow.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
Good crits.
A powerful blow.
And there as well.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
It's risky, but I'm gonna do it. Let's go ahead and camp. That way I can carry whatever's in this chest.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Alright. I wonder what's in this chest.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made
Yeah.
clear.
Well, I can carry it at least. Oh boy, bookshelf. Man. Moving on is really just how you feel when that happens. Coming here was still the smarter choice, but boy, it's always a little upsetting just all the skeletons that I can't bleed with him. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get rid of that guaranteed damage. Hey, a little bit of stress relief for it, and then I crit, and I... Okay. I meant it crit, but hey, there's the crit. I'm glad I can bleed their corpses easily. You'd think the skeleton corpses would have an even smaller chance of actually bleeding, but here we are. Come on, Arbalest, go nice and fast, please. There's a chance. And the chance is good. Owie. Not as owie. Alright. Well, now my Arbalest can't hit him, but alright. God, the Vestal is actually doing a lot of work as far as damage is going. I'll send the dog out. Yeah, it happens.
Momentum. Push on to the task.
Here.
The match is struck. A blazing star
Full
is
torch, and
born.
then we're gonna get rid of them, because we're just gonna risk it for the rest of the time. Ooh, alright. Goodbye, you. Hello, you. It won't be empty anymore. Have fun, Queen. Have a good night, Title. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you get some good sleep, and hopefully tomorrow treats you kind. I'm getting a lot of the good gems in this little go-through, but man, I'm getting a lot of the same ones, which is a shame, because they just aren't stacking. All of these rare gems are really only worth it if I find at least, like, 2 of them. Otherwise, I'm definitely gonna... carrying the gold, I will definitely find more and be able to get a full stack. Which, fortunately, did get the second Sapphire, but... so far, that is the only one. Hell, even the Onyx, I think I need, like, 2 of it to really be worth it. Or 3 of it.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
No, I'll wait for more, and then I'll be sad I threw those out. 18 busts. That's a lot. Oh, this opens up with a key, so I'm glad I didn't throw away those keys. Immediately thankful for that. Damn it. Alright, well. Got that one out, at least. Oh no, my stress. What do you think's in the cup that it just auto-stresses you like that? I mean, the goblet's supposedly tempting, so it can't be like something super gross in there. So I hate that so many of the stress people are like... The AI seems to be smart enough to just try and stack stress on a single person, which is just oh so lovely. You know, honestly, I have a lot of money. I'm gonna drop the Onyx for the painting. I'm gonna be real risky here. I'm gonna drop the rest of food, which is not the smart thing to do, but hey. Oh, there's also a wall there that I don't have a shovel for. Ooh, Healer's Gift. Oh, but that's during camping. That's actually not good. You don't have a healing skill for camping. Oh, unless someone's already mostly dead, in which case you do. Fair, I guess. There's at least one.
A decisive pummeling.
There is not a chance there. Ouchie. Ah, the lowest roll for damage. Damn. Well, I'm actually gonna shoot you then, because you haven't gone yet. And that just keeps the damage lower. Oh, everyone's actually hurt now, so the Vestal can finally heal and have it be worth it. Ow.
Sedated. Precision.
Nice.
Power.
There's a chance this kills both. Hey. Cool, it was trapped. Damn it.
Darkness closes in, haunting the hearts of men.
Yeah, honestly, the damage from that is not bad. Oh, but all this
No
stress
force of
damage,
will
damn.
can overcome a failing body.
Selfish. Yeah. That is fair when I just got real greedy and we took all that stress damage because of it. And that's not the worst surprise shuffle. Oh, especially if you're just gonna move back forward. Hell yeah. That basically did nothing then. Love to see it. Oh, damn it. Ow. Let's get rid of you. Yeah, and you're gonna start stressing everyone else out by saying nonsense. How? It's like I got greedy or something. Oh well. Let's go ahead and get a little extra healing on you. You're hurt real bad. And they're still hitting you.
A devastating
Good.
blow.
And it's the same accuracy. There we go. I don't know why I wanted to clear the corpse out now that I think about it more. Oh, there's some more onyx. It still wouldn't have been worth it. Could drop the key. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the key and gamble on us finding another onyx. God, we just now finished this? Jeez. It's real rough that the exploring rooms thing is 90% of rooms, because even on the huge maps like this, it still means you can only get away with, like, not going into 2 or 3. Oh, musical. Wonderful. Wonderful. You did great. Good dodge. Man, I just mentally jinxed myself. Let's hope nothing bad happens, because, oh boy, I feel like it is now.
First test. Now
I
it
could
must be
take
carried
deeds
home.
instead of the onyx. 2, 3, 4, 5. Call that about 10,000. Like 11,000. 12. 14. 14,500 plus the mission reward. Yeah, I'll ixnay the onyx just because we haven't found any deeds. Look at all this loot! Oh, there was nothing in those rooms too. Alright.
The great ruins belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they hold.
Yeah, look at that. 20,000. Oh, we got 9 deeds for beating this, though, so, you know. Some fat loot. Oh, wow, these guys are actually my highest level now. Look at that.
skeleton, the sum.
Is exhausted after the brothel. Filled with hope. I'm still waiting for another occultist and plague doctor to replace these two knuckleheads. Okay, what all can I upgrade? Upgrade the stagecoach. Don't know really why I would at this point. Reduce weapon and armor again. Ugh. Not much there. I could get another slot for the bar. Kind of getting to the point where I don't know why I would really need more slots. Or stress recovery, again, really. Whoops. Could do this, though. Reduce treatment costs in here. Oh, and I can get both? Hell yeah, let's do that.
The front line of this war is not in the dungeon, but rather inside the mind.
And if I still have the stuff for this... Yeah, let's do that.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life.
Okay. And you get to be in the brothel. Good for you. Although, after upgrading the stress recovery, I do get the cheaper option then. This man is not allowed to drink, use the brothel, or gamble. He is not allowed in the tavern at all. Let's see if we can get him kicked out of the Abbey too, I guess. Oh, right, you are only allowed to do the thing where you hurt yourself? Keep forgetting. Do those. I'm not antsy, am I? No, okay. Oh, God. Alright. B team, then. I was about to say, am I going to have to send out these guys? But, fortunately, no. Get rid of that. I could cure Tidal. The thing is that the Plague Doctors have a skill where they can cure their own disease just at a camp. There is also a skill they have that can remove it from someone else, which is also good to have, but... So I'm, like, trying to be a little greedy, but... It doesn't cost too much to do that anyway, so let's just do it. Alright, anyone have something I really want to get rid of off of them? Or really want to keep for some reason? Except for you four, which basically leaves... these knuckleheads, but... I don't really want to keep these two anyway, so... And everyone else is busy, huh? Except for you. I don't want to get rid of you, off you. Probably that Lygophobia. So I do keep the torch fairly dark. Should have done this first, but I didn't, so you know. Sure, everyone's skills are kind of at their best. They can be. Alright, well, I have a stockpile of money. Oh yeah, can I give... Well, yeah, but you're in the back. Dismiss is the one that needs this. Do that. Alright. What do we have for B team? Don't remember what Silence in the Crypts does. All Saints Day, I think, gives buffs to the church, which is alright. Berserk Mask. Extra crit, extra speed, less virtue, less healing. Oh. Hellion only. Plus crit and accuracy if torch is low. Slightly less debuff and bleed. I kind of want that. I think I'm going to send B team in to kill the Siren. So, let's hope this goes well. I'm gonna bring extra shovels just because I don't want to like lose a bunch of health right before the boss just because like neener. Actually one more because that also has a chance of getting the good loot. Two of those just on the off chance of loot.
My lofty position wasn't always accompanied by the fear of office. And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Fateful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
Sweet scouting? Damn. Hey, good thing I grabbed this.
A fortune, waiting to be spent.
Look at all that money. And a freebie torch. I'll go ahead and pop that now. Or if she was just here, would be pretty funny. How good is your disarm? 60? I don't feel like risking that. Should have popped the torch like a second before, but oh well.
Eradicated.
Die. And there was a chance that would kill. Oh, 1 damage off? Lame. Good dodge. Good dodge again. Good dodge more. Ow.
Confidence surges as the enemy.
Goodbye.
A devastating blow.
the unquenchable fire of the stars.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Plus extra damage until camp. Alright. Perhaps not the best person to put that on, but oh well. Damn you! I could have gotten extra money from that. And I got tentacled. Nice.
Possessed by evil intent.
Not seem a mechanical hazard, I'll say. Oh my god.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
More hoping for the scouting chance with that torch
Another
use.
mariner?
Oh, you know what? This might be the boss. I don't know if I want to risk that just yet. It's probably in the further one, but I just do not know. Wow, really? They surprised me here? Even though when there's like a triple, the plus 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 chance for them being surprised? They're just laying into the weakest guy, huh? Fuck you. Nice. Oh my god. All of y'all can go fuck yourselves.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Just on the off chance. Damn it. Ouchie.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I don't suppose smearing this with that would do anything. Probably not. Last gasp. +1 speed of HP below 50%. Replaced resilient, which was probably better. Nice. Oh, one off.
Press disadvantage.
There we go.
Give them no quarter.
Might be able to kill the witch. Nice. Oh, one off again. No. Hoping that was low enough it decided to heal instead of doing anything else, so that's nice at least. And it did basically no damage. Hell yeah. Get rid of the fish. Heal up. Die. Oh wow, that's
This
a lot of
expedition
stuff.
At least promises success.
Hell yeah. I was just about to pop another torch, but okay. Let's just not deal with you. Ow. Oh. Ouchie. And bleed. I don't know if I've gotten the bleed off that a single time, which I'm very happy about. Thank you, game.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Oh, nice. Not debuff, but status resistance until, oh no, and actual debuff resistance. Nice. And they are really focused firing on people, huh? Bastards.
Decimated.
Oh, that sweet crit kill that also gets rid of the corpse. Love to see that. There's a good heal. It would have been nice if he went first, but oh well. Alright.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Extra crit, extra stress, less virtue chance. Yeah, no thanks. Oh, cool. I basically got 25 gold from that.
Circle in the dark.
Guess I should probably be happy that I got the shovel back, but I mean, you know. Extra crit for the next few fights, extra ranged stuff. Yeah, let's do those. Kill ourselves a siren.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
And scout! Damn it. He's definitely the boss over here. So I'm gonna try and save that torch till we get right next to it so that hopefully, you know,
Impressive.
can have as much light as possible for the boss fight. Especially since I don't know the mechanic. You know, pretty much every boss has a at least somewhat unique mechanic. Alright. No, that didn't hit me. God damn it. Shame that doesn't also lower their dodge. Kill the shaman! Ooh, nice crit. Hey, some more emeralds.
Can be felled. They can be beaten.
Nice. I do only have my camping buffs for the next 3 fights, so hopefully there aren't that many our way over here. Considering it's one hallway. Alright, that told me nothing. This pack's already looted. Empty sack. Kinda dark for this room. Alright, if the boss is in the other room... Ooh, that's not good. We are going to be fighting the boss in the dark. I was kind of right to turn around then, but this is still... not great. These heroes are level 3, which is... Again, I can only take them into this fight because I modded the game so that the level restrictions don't apply. So I'm still better off than I ever would be in vanilla. But we're still going to be fighting the boss at its strongest, and that's kind of scary. And we're walking all the way back over here, so there's every chance that there are just a ton of new monsters and traps on the way there, and we end up taking a bunch of damage and stress. Fun! If I had just gotten one scout in a good room, so that I could have told which room the boss was in. We got a bunch of scouts early on, but they weren't nearly as helpful. And in that middle, we got it in the middle where it wouldn't reach either of the possible boss rooms. That was such a shame. Alright. And this is where the torch will actually go out because we haven't gone through here and we'll get a bunch of stress. Please don't surprise. Oh, we surprised them. You know. Nice. Also nice. Damn. If only the occultist had gone earlier. Could have gotten rid of some of that protect and maybe killed it. Hey, we dodged it though. Alright. This worked out fine then.
Another one falls.
Especially with all those crits. Ooh, a journal page. It's the one with the ring in the pocket from the Warrens. We're finally gonna maybe take that out of here. Ooh. I'm getting lucky. That pool can definitely debuff you. Alright. Black as pitch fighting the Siren, who I definitely don't know the mechanics to.
She is their queen and their slave.
Oh, I think she can, like, take control of some of the party members. Yeah. Well, don't want to hit him, so... Damn it. She's got all that extra dodge because it's super dark here. Oh, cool. And she fights them. Ow! Didn't think about the fact that my heroes being stronger also means they'll be helping her out more because they'll be stronger. Ow. Oh, I can make more torch with that, though. Which will help. I will gladly do. Alright, there's no way... Oh, I actually might be able to pull her. Nope. Damn it. He at least doesn't get a go this turn. What's her bleed resist? Kinda high. Hey, we did it. Alright. I can do this, which gives some of the torch back, which means they'll be less strong. Nice crit. Cool. Not surprised. And he will probably be healing her. I'm getting lucky on that bleed, which is nice. Nope, there's some stress. It's not that bad, actually. Of all her moves, that's maybe one of my favorite ones she's done so far. Yeah, we should be absolutely fine through all this, which is good. She's already almost dead.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Okay, if we were dodging less, that might actually prove a problem.
Bio queen of the
Stacking the
aquatic
bleed like that.
depths. She has no place in the sane world.
Eh. Extra bleed skill chance. I don't really want that on anything here. We fully explored everything, right? Yeah. Unless I wanted to try and get one of those curios, but eh. The Satan hairpin. Place Daredevil, extra stress versus Beast, and here's the Warrens thing. We're gonna give you something that'll debuff you in the Warrens and something that'll buff you.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine
Ugh.
to me.
Alright, Logis is still flagellating himself. Well, pretty much no one's stressed out right now. That's nice. Hey, we have a replacement occultist, unless he's got something terrible on him. Nope. He even has the right skills already. Look at that. Alright, you. Out of my town.
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
A couple more paintings and I could make the guild cheaper again. Or we could do some of this. Let's max out the brothel.
All manner of diversion and dalliance await those who cross the threshold. with
Mostly because we
coin
can
in
make it
hand.
cheaper. That means I'll have more money all the time for, you know, more useful things than getting rid of people's stress. Alright, I really need to up the Gilded Blacksmiths so that we can have better skills again. So really fast, just in case. Alright. Also, I want my fancy hairpin. Thank you very much. You don't up here not have something? Do I want dodge for you? No, speed. Better heal. Or heal sooner in a turn. Could give him another dodge thing. I don't think so. You don't have anything. You have no dodge. Why do you have no dodge? Minus 10 quirk? Oh, that's terrible. As is that nervous. I'm gonna ixnay your nervousness right now. That's just a nasty one. Gonna be expensive. Yeah, 5,000 to get rid of that. Ugh. Part of it's just because it's locked in, which makes it more expensive to get rid of, but... Alright. And you need a little bit of stress relief. There you go. You're a little more stressed than I would like. But I want to send your team out so that I can give them better skills. Let me see what we have as far as missions. Do we have like a nice easy one for you guys? We do not. That's a medium, which would be rough. It's the right level. Yeah, you guys are gonna go out there. So anything else I want to really make someone do in town? I don't think so. Because I don't have another thing to mess with quirks yet. Pineal gland. That's part of the brain. Still have 10,000 left, which is nice.
The flopping fish-like things abhor the warding sigils. Let us claim this place anew.
Why has everyone got like 20 stress already?
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles.
What a
Paid
garbage
for in
journal
blood.
entry. Oh, hey, brigands. Really caught you guys by surprise. Your first ever fight. Oh, that did, like, no damage. Oh, that was apparently the lowest roll, though, so that makes me feel a little better. Oh, that's such a good move. I forgot that had forward on it. Oh. I love it. It's got a little bit of protection on him, but I don't think enough to really matter. I'm gonna lower your damage, though. How about that? Oh, that does dodge? Wait. Oh, those are two different curses and I hadn't noticed. Got it. The other one's maybe a little more useful. I don't know. I don't know what's more helpful in general, getting rid of dodge or protect. I think the dodge will be more useful once I get a plague doctor in the party. Because the plague doctor can go through protect, because they deal the damage over time, which is like one of the main ways to get past protection. Oh, you can just do all your stuff from the back, huh? That's a shame.
How quickly the tide
Ouch.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
How dare you, Punisher? That's my job. Could cure my bleed, but eh.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Let's get rid of corpses. Oh, just kill him. Hey, there we go.
Size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered. considered a virtue?
So the man is lying. Monstrous size also has merit, because then you can have the size difference tag, and that's pretty hot. Sometimes I like to say things just to see if anyone's actually paying attention or not. Oh, I should have healed the Hellion right there. Oh well. I also didn't swap those two back in their own place, but it doesn't matter. One off on the damage. Darn it. That is full max damage in order to one-shot, though, so I can't be too mad. The whiff.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Surgical precision.
Oh, we finally got a bleed! I just had to bring it up in the last dungeon, didn't I?
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Well, the bleed is really not that big of a deal. Only if you need to heal a bunch really quick and you end up, like, starting to stack it on yourself. I feel like that bleed used to be way more common. I don't know if it, like, changed in a patch at some point to when I, like... I feel like when I first played this game, there was a higher chance of you getting that bleed proc than not. And it was, like, a shame because these guys can already low really poorly on their heal. At level 1, they can actually heal nothing and then lay down the bleed, dealing damage instead of healing. Yeah, still got that 0 to 13.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I also feel like we haven't really seen the absolutely nothing heal so far, which, again, I appreciate. I don't know if they made it so that it's more of a, like,
A fortune waiting to be spent.
I feel like previously that heal used to have just flat chance every number just as likely as the others. I feel like it's kind of more of a normal distribution now, but again, that's talking about probabilities, which the human brain does not understand, so hell if I know whether they've changed that or not. Got the best idea of how to handle this fight, honestly. This is where a Plague Doctor would be really helpful. Or the thing that gets rid of protection. Because these guys got a nasty, like, 33%. There we go. So let's do little bits of damage, hopefully constantly.
Their formation is broken. Maintain.
Yeah, and that one's got an extra 25% protection now. Whiffed. I could try and stun you. Wouldn't be bad, right? Look how much better this team's doing. Oh, that heal hurts my soul. But, can do this now. Fuck you, guy. God, they protected each other, which just basically gave them the protect buff and nothing else, which hurts my soul. Yeah, they're basically taking half damage right now, and they will unless I manage to lay the bleed down on them. And then they just take the extra, like, 2 or 3 points a turn. But did he lose out on the riposte? I thought he had it this turn. Oh, it probably went away after he took his turn. Yeah. I don't think anyone's got a bonus for being marked. Oh, there's the bleed again. Damn it. I really had to bring up how well we were doing on it, huh? That is my fault. It's 2 points for 3 turns, which ain't bad. That's twice it crit. I wish it would add in the bleeding. Especially since then she would have bonus to attack on the bleeding. Can I see why she's got less stress for this fight? For here. I think it's relaxed. I think that's a buff from the brothel for her, which nice. And at this point, fuck it. Just hit them. They don't have their protect buff anymore. This fight is going on for way too long. Reinforcements do eventually show up if you take too long. I don't know if the game can tell when you're just trying to wait out a clock or not. Because I don't think I've even seen the speech bubble warning that reinforcements are going to show up soon. It might only be if there's only one person in the party, or one enemy remaining. That's the only time I've really usually drawn out a fight, so... That's just to, you know, get heals done.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
It might actually be able to tell if I'm still dealing damage or not. And that's like how it knows if you're just trying to make the fight take forever or not. Ooh, a whole bunch of stuff.
As victories mount, so
Oh, I really don't have room for any of that, huh? Because I haven't found the quest thing. I'll have room for that. I'm gonna extend the citrine for that.
finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
God, I forgot that was only like the second fight. That took forever. Oh, wow. Alright.
Well performed.
I don't need the key here. This journal entry is more interesting than the other one, so I'll swap them, I guess. Alright, only one of the defense guys this time at least. Oh. Trying to stack the stress already, huh? What's that buff again? Extra damage, accuracy, and crit. It's not great for me. Probably should have tried to hit the Guardian guy before he upped his defense like this. Yeah. Oh well. Ooh, they're actually trying for the push. Oh, last time I seen that. Hey, there's a bleed. And there's that stress. Ooh, extra healing skills. Nice. I have another bandage? Nope. Nice. Got that riposte at least. 9 stack bleed. Hey, there we go. Getting some. Die. Damn it. Alright. You are dead no matter what next turn, which is nice. Ouchie. Oh, damn it. Fuck you, guy.
Masterfully
Nice.
executed.
Wish that crit had happened at some other point in time, but you know.
A trifling victory. But a
It's the
victory
quest thing.
nonetheless.
Good. At least one more spot for some loot.
The light, the promise of safety.
Open for the scouting chance. And to at least see if anything's about to jump me. God, the occultist only has 19 HP. It's so little. The sack is empty. Good. And I should kill that one fast then if I can. Ow! Well, I could not, but I can still kill it now. Or not? Bring out the shaman. Hey, buddy. Oh, move back. Die. Uh-oh. Come on, make it. Damn it.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
He's shaping up like the other occultist. Almost killed that one. Damn. That would have been fun. Oh.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I'm gonna probably go up here, and then on the way back I'll camp. Oh hey, one of these. God. Just a little more room in my inventory. Hey, scouting. Should have waited to grab this on the way back.
Only
Oh,
treasure
well.
could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Can gonna wait to grab you on the way back.
Precision and power.
It might. Hey, nice.
Foolish horrors. Brought low.
We've actually found 2 onyx for once. I never find 2 onyx. Find 2 sapphires more often than 2 onyx. Oh, that's a shame.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
3 onyx? Oh my god. That's finally actually worth grabbing instead of just the base gold. Oh hey, and that's the end of the quest. Alright. May as well keep going though. Oh my god. Hey, didn't get ambushed though. That's nice. And there goes the last of my torch. No? Does it not go down for that one? Oh.
Well struck.
I always forget that you can find the madmen in here. Along with the bandits. Occasionally you get the bandits in here. It's just like, oh, okay. Hello. You hang out with the fish people then? Ow. I require assistance. There we go. Assistance received. Stop stressing me out, random guy. Oh, he's gonna send him over the edge, isn't he? There's gonna be a random crit that gives him the 1 more stress. Oh, we are so close to camping again. I mean, that works. I preferred you killed the shaman or healed the other guy, but, you know. Come on, bleed. Thank you. It might. There we go. Alright. Got rid of the 2 really stressful things. Our crazy guy's still gonna send me over the edge, but, you know.
A death by inches.
And I would prefer he does nothing than stress someone out. So, fine. Woo! And we got a 3 stress heal, good.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
We're gonna be walking around and that'll give the 1 stress there. Ooh, I don't have food to camp. How did I go through all my food so fast? How did that happen?
Often low on supplies.
What happened? Well, I'm gonna try and push until everyone gets to like 100 stress, but we'll see. I guess we will pop some torches here then. What happened to my food?
Festering fear consumes the mind.
I don't know what happened to it. Didn't I have 2 stat? Oh no, it's right there. What am I talking about? I have food. I should have rested. I don't know. Help me. I'm going crazy now. Or was I always crazy? Getting pretty lucky on that bleed right there, which is good. Oh, you're gonna go crazy.
The abyss returns.
Unless I end the fight before then, but that's not happening. Ow. Yeah, unless I end the fight before his next move and no one, like, adds more stress to him, he's gonna have his resolve tested. Damn. I could hope.
The human mind, fragile, like a robin's egg. The horror.
Sweet whiff. Damn it. Ow. Alright, he's dead on his next turn, so I don't have to worry about him. Which means I hit you. You bitch. 6 points per round for 4 rounds? Yikes. Damn it. Die.
Slowly, gently.
Please.
This is how a life is taken.
Fuck. Fuck your dodge. Woo! Alright, we can camp. And not everyone goes crazy. Another Onyx? Oh my god.
Success.
And another Emerald? Alright, super worth doing this. Especially since I can do this.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
I did not really lose as much stress as I was hoping with this one.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made
Everyone's gonna
clear.
get stressed out, but you know what? Everyone already needs some time to de-stress anyway. Might as well really get my money's worth at the Hamlet. Well, this guy's getting at actual dangerous levels. Good dodges. Oh, we could have gotten the 2 there. Oh, well. Yeah, we have up dodge. So here's hoping we don't get hit by too many things. There we are. Right on cue. Damn.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
Hell yeah. She's actually recovering her worth to me. I'd already forgotten that she was one of the terrible people. Oh, she also hates the coves. Good for her for turning things around then. Proud of her. Maybe I'll try and keep room for her. Though I'd still prefer a plague doctor in this here party.
Inspiration and improvement.
Damn it. Yay. I just noticed the snail has like -5 speed. Makes me happy. There, now it won't dodge. Ooh, +2 speed, +8 dodge, less stun resist, less move resist. Sure, why not? A little extra jade too.
Wealth beyond measure.
And I found nothing to use these shovels or medicinal herbs on. Oh, there's something for the shovel. Ugh. Yep, she's kicking ass. I wish I could see what specifically the buffs do, because I feel like they're a lot less... They make a lot less sense than the debuffs on the resolve testing. Probably just because the bad versions just proc way more often. Like what they actually do, like this selfish thing has been going off pretty much every time, but that's like the first courageous thing immediately. Oh, I guess I can see maybe somewhere in here. It'll say like, hey, +2 on the virtue, -5 on quirk. Okay, I guess courageous ups your speed. I wouldn't have guessed that. Cool. Alright, the masochist does want me to heal her. Good dodges.
A powerful blow.
Nice. If you would actually let me do what I want, damn you. That's 3 turns in a row where I did not get to select what that man did. I like how she's actually managed to basically keep her stress below 100. Shame it didn't happen, you know, before she went crazy, but... And none of them attacked the guy that was marked. Also makes me sad. Oh, I finally get to control you, huh? Damn it, there was only 1 health there left. Alright. Hey, look at all this, though.
So clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Being greedy. Just can't help myself from being greedy.
Ancient traps lie in wait.
Damn you! This is something else I could get extra things with the shovel. Oh, and he keeps it? Damn it. Damn your selfishness. Damn you. That's the entire reason I'm still going here with you guys being crazy. It's for the loot, and then you just take it from me. Got rid of the other thing. More onyx? Alright. Should have taken the other gold too.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
Alright, only 1 room left. Let's go. Look at all the money. So what time is it? Okay. I'm like, I kind of lost track of time. Could have been like half an hour after I usually end the stream and I wouldn't have really known. Yeah, that's unfortunate. As is that.
Perched at the very
Oh.
precipice of oblivion.
My man just suddenly had a heart attack, I guess because there wasn't loot in there. Alright, I'm just gonna go then. So, I think the Hellion implied she was gonna fuck the fish corpse or something. That's pretty weird. That'll get you kicked out of a brothel for sure. Alright, everyone leveled up at least. Cove-phobe? Alright, that man did not enjoy his experience there. I am completely fine with all those virtues and vices right there. Extra resolve and damage in next Cove quest. Oh, alright. Then interesting here. Not specifically. Got $30,000. If I had 300 of those, I could get the cartographer's camp, which, you know, kind of whatever. 150 more, and I could get the puppet theater. There's a plague doctor. Stress faster. No food consumed with stress above 50. Oh, wow. It's not good for you, but it's helpful for me. I said I'd try to keep her. Can I trade for deeds? I need 3 more? Oh. Nice and simple.
What better laboratory than the blood-soaked battlefield?
Oh, no, wait. Actually, I want you down there. I don't have a team for you yet. We'll try and maybe figure it out. But hey, a backup Vestal in case I don't have a full team ready is also not a terrible thing. I do also need to save up deeds for the blacksmith, though. But hey, that was personal. Yeah, definitely have nothing I can do here. Alright, let me check everyone's stuff because I actually have just an absolute ridiculous amount of money currently. Not using the boluses. 1, 2, 4, 5. Jeez, all this expenses. Alright, I just dropped 10k on all of y'all. Better be happy. And I need to futz around with your actual skills. Because I want the front 2, that stun in the back, and then keep the curing bleed thing. Alright, so I need that one and that one. Dope. I'm actually gonna swap you two just because if you get pulled forward, you can still do a couple of your things, and I think you're more mobile as well. Okay, so as far as stress, it's really you 4 to deal with. Anything any of y'all really specifically care about as far as stress relief or not? You can't meditate. That's it. I appreciate everyone's stress auto goes down to 100. That's also nice. Alright, well, I am down quite a bit on the old wallet. Hey, that's fine. Kill 1 sodden crew. Wow, minus 20% stress. It's really good. But a boss I've never fought before. Or I could just do this nice simple one. I kind of want to just do a nice simple one. A team, B team, they're busy, they're busy. Alright, I guess let's take out the A team on this nice simple one.
corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil.
Oh man, diary page, huh? Some busts. Busting makes me feel good.
Obliterated.
God. Might be a little over leveled for this one.
Back to the pit. The slow death.
Flawless victory.
Unforgiving.
Alright, there's a sapphire. I think that recoups most of my losses for coming out here on its own, so shout out.
A handsome reward
Another journal page.
for a task well
So finding
performed.
plenty of food. Oh, we found the sequel to the journal page I already had here. Nice. I shouldn't have bought any torches. I'm not going to use them here. I should have known better. Good dodge. Gross, it spat at me.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
God, 20. Touch of overkill there.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Ectoplasm? Spooky ghosts! Shot their ectoplasm everywhere. Spooky ghost. These two ladies probably caused all the ectoplasm. Hot. Should have stunned them. Oh well. Yeah, because now they're gonna do that. Stress me out. That's the only thing. Like, nothing here is probably gonna be strong enough to actually have a chance of actually killing me. Should have just stunned them so they don't stress me out. That's the only downside that we possibly face here.
Press this advantage. Give them no
Hey, if there's a crit, that gets rid of a lot of the stress, at least. Yeah, that should kill. That hurt enough that the first one would have killed anyway. 10 per 3 turns? Yikes, that is so much damage.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Covered in sticky goo. Oh, Title's so covered in goo that he's slower now.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
Not like I can rest. The food is really only to protect against the random hunger things. I shouldn't have brought as much as I did. Damn it.
Carelessness will find no clemency in this place.
Stop huffing shrooms, Title. That's what you do with shrooms, right? Huff them. Not like, you know, smoke them. Huff them. That's what you also do with shrooms, right? You smoke them. Ooh, wish we had that lance skill here. Alright, mushroom people also resist blight, so this should not be somewhere to take the plague doctors. Okay.
For the slightest lapse.
Maybe I should be a little worried about my health. Cool, we finally got into the right spot. Damn you. Okay, that's one of them down at least.
A death by inches.
Rough fight. Rough fight. Fuck you. You die at least 2 turns from now, if not sooner. At least she didn't focus on stressing everyone out. We take those.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
And heal title some more. It's nice seeing a plague doctor with 30-ish health. I don't think the Vestal's gonna have time to move in time. Hey, what do you know? Never mind. Proud of you. That extra 2 health? There we go.
The fiend falls. A faint hope blossoms.
Let's please have the right order now. The pack contains loot. Eat up. Wow, we are actually finding all the entries from the same journal. That's not usually what happens. I hope the effigy rejected her. Oh, I only brought the one shovel. Oh, Title is stressed out.
An indefatigable purpose.
He got a weird one. Refracted. Ignores stealth. I feel like something weird happened last time someone got that. Like, something bad weird. I was really hoping to use that holy water and that effigy thing. If I had gotten to, that probably would have, like, really lowered Title's stress, so it's actually a big shame. If someone else gets bleed, Title can cure 2 people of bleed at once. Oh, there's the rabies again. We have the worst bleeding. So let's solve those. Damn it. Damn it again.
A momentary abatement.
Honestly, the worst thing about this fight is that they can give a disease, and that Title is crazy and stressing everyone else out. And really, the worst part of that is the Title bit. Because they do no damage and I can cure the bleed infinitely. So if Title wasn't stressing us out, this fight would actually be pretty much, funny enough, stress-free. Just try and get some more damage in. There we go. That one's dying now. Good. Alright. Just unlucky with those misses earlier on. Man, he is really stressing everyone out.
Be gone, fiend.
Also wish I had a key.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Alright, one last fight in that next room. Oh, wish I had one more shovel too. Are those special? I don't remember them being bluish. Nope. Yeah, it's the same thing still.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Yeah, they don't have much dodge.
Executed
Nice.
with impunity.
I don't know if I can get another hit in here, and it's gonna just summon another one there. Or not. That's nice.
Another
There
one
we go.
falls.
Oh, no loot? Not even like a little bit of pity gold?
Promises success.
Oh boy, more people that cause stress. Alright. And they're going for title. Because they always focus on whoever has the most. Well, not like always, but we do tend to target a little. Damn it. Oh, should have tried to stun anyway, but... just in case. Idle with the dodges. Yeah, right, I should be bleeding these things since they have protection. Stop pushing us around. Owie. Well, it dies its next turn, so that's nice. Cool. We might get someone else stressed before the end of this. Love it if I could poison the back row with Tidal at some point. Alright, they're both dead on their turn, so hopefully they go before this guy. Damn you.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Because then the Crusader would have been able to hit them witches. The Acolytes. Was it not almost dead? Am I insane? Isn't it at like 3? Did it heal somehow? What happened? Oh my god, Title's almost at heart attack territory. Ruh-roh. There we go.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Another journal page. From the same one? God. Oh yeah, by the way, the person writing the journal became a fish person. It can happen to you! Well, that is 180 more gold right there.
The agents of
I don't know if that one was really worth it.
driven from our woods.
Did we get enough money for that to be worth it? Okay, we did. Probably. Not by a lot, but the heirlooms will also make it worth it. 10 deeds is nice. Egomania. Dipsomania. Ennui. Great. A lot of diseases. Off guard. I think ascetic meant that he couldn't be healed as well. Alright. Double check the time. Oh, we got plenty of time.
A sanguine memory to me.
Has reached new heights, whereabouts unknown. Good for her. Jealous. Alright, first off, you two. Gonna be treated for your diseases. Nymphomania. I want to bring her. I don't have one of those yet. Sure.
A champion markswoman.
Again, really more just because I don't have one yet.
For a new kind of challenge.
Ugh. Also like that I can hold 21, but it's teams of 4. You can't see it, but I have 21 spots. Which means I'll have 5 full teams and 1 extra person. I have 12 busts, which apparently doesn't get me anything yet. Are busts only for the Abbey and the sanitarium? Yeah. Oh, and the experienced recruits, which I mean I could get. Oh wow, you actually need interesting prereqs for that, huh? I guess one of the few things you need like prerequisites kind of like that for. Alright, well, here, just to make sure, even though this should be for surezies with everything. Yep, except for the last people. You also have a disease. Oh, bulimic, right. Wow, that removes disease, huh? Well, anyway, let's handle a little bit of stress relief. No one else is really stressed out. Okay. Anything I want to get rid of for you guys or something? Or forced to be there for surezies. Could get rid of that clumsy, but... God, that's right, this man is not allowed in the tavern at all. Oh, that minus 10 dodge is real bad. Brad Wardine. Oh, that one's also really bad because you're entirely supposed to be kind of like my ranged attacker there. Oh, nervous is also terrible. Yeah, let's drop the big bucks and get rid of that nervous. 5K for it. God. Okay, that's B team out of the way for now then. So C team. Ooh, champion level 5 ones, huh? Yikes. It's like the hardest ones, I'm pretty damn sure. That's 25% damage in position 1. Whew. It's a lot of damage. Try and take out the hag, but that's a reward I already have. I want to do that because the boss is wandering around there. I don't want to deal with the actual boss and then also the wandering boss. I don't want to do any of these missions. I do one of these. It's been a bit. 30 comet shards. How close am I to getting something nice with the comet shards? Gym inventory stacking increased by 1 is not bad. It doesn't help a lot with the rare ones, just because, you know, it doesn't. Oh, I wonder if that works with the super de-duper, like, prismatic ones that you only get for the like, elite bosses that are random, and also the hidden rooms. It probably doesn't up it, but if it lets you carry 1 more of them, then that, like, halves the inventory space they take, because you only get 1 a slot. How many does this give? 30. For a boss. Or I could do a medium cove. Do the fish have bleed resistance? I don't remember. I don't remember what has bleed resistance. Could kill the hag. I did want to kill a bunch of bosses this go around to try and make some progress in this game because we have not. Although I do think you can just do this. I don't know why. I thought you had to, like, do more before you can just go into the darkest dungeon, but... I don't like any of these missions. I'm gonna try this one, just because I haven't done a lot of these. They're gonna resist bleed, but... don't remember if the fish resist bleed. I'm looking. Darkest dungeon. Do fish resist bleed? Yes. Damn it. And the skeletons are not fully immune, but they're practically immune. Fuck it, we're doing this then. Do I actually have to wander around here? Didn't before. I don't know what to expect then. Oh, there's no torches. I'm just gonna take the food.
Slabs etched with certain celestial designs were erected around the perimeter of the farmstead. The miller, lamentably eager for some early sign of improvement, fixed his watery eyes intently upon the wilted fields and listless mill. My gaze, however, was cast skyward, and I marveled at the limitless profanity of the stars, wondering what harvest might come.
Neat. Oh, that's probably why I don't have the camera in the top right, because there's the bar here. There we go. And I probably just left it. don't have terrible bleed resistance.
Decimated.
Nice.
Impressive.
Ow. Ow again. That's probably like stress or something, huh? Yep.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Extra stress, less healing. Got it. Well, let's do that.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
The bar she feels. Post, blight skill chance, blight duration when applied, plus 3 spell speed. Nope, don't like that.
A devastating blow.
Ow. That was a mean one. Damn it.
As the
Nice.
fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Ow. So, question. Why would I want to bring a shovel to this? Just, you know. Just don't quite see the purpose.
By inches.
It's a lot of bleeding, but I also have the time to heal it up right now, so I'm gonna save that bandage.
The slow death.
Should have grabbed more bandages, really.
Unforeseen, unforgiving. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Scarecrow. Sleeper's Herald. Which reposts. And you're stealth, huh?
A momentary abatement.
Damn. Ouch. Also, ouch. Cool. Less healing received, less accuracy on attack, random target. Ooh, it's annoying. Alright, they're dead.
Another one falls.
Nice. Yeah, you should have bandaged him, but oh well. Almost killed the Scarecrow. Owie again.
Great
Oh, that de-stealth, so I could have just gotten rid of its stealth. Oh well. Didn't have much need to.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Oh, hey, we get to go the rest of this. Nice. Oh.
Battle behind, battle ahead. But for a moment, peace.
Neat. Oh, so sometimes that greed won't be good then, huh? The colors alter. Haunting. Oh, it's fish people now. With the bleed resist, huh?
And a blasphemous approximation of reality.
Huh. Hero party effects. Extra blight skill chance, more stress. Monster effects, extra blight skill chance, more dodge. Cool. That's a lot more dodge. Hope I managed to get the bleed though, so that's nice. Now I could de-stealth. Should it be needed at one point. But for now, the Arbalest can also just, you know, help out with the healing. There we go. Arterial pinch. Hey, resist the bleed. We love to see it. Ooh, that's a lot of stress.
Continue the onslaught.
They have also already de-stealthed themselves, so that's nice. Damn it. Lowering its bleed resist at least. Oh, I forgot he like lowers bleed resist every hit, so maybe I shouldn't have worried too much about going to the cove. Ow. Nice resist on the move and stun though. That's nice. Yeah, you're running out of bleed resistance, buddy. 2% it's down to. Love to see it. Ow.
Unbalanced.
Woo! That is 40 total points of bleed damage, huh? Just because I can get both of you with that. Start hurting you. Well, I hate that. I meant to hit the other... I meant to shoot that Oracle. Alright, just gonna do that. Should have packed more bandages, but now I know for next time. Should probably also bring anti-venom, because I'm sure I could get a version of this fight where it's all blight stuff instead of bleed stuff like it is right now. But the bandages would also be helpful for that first fight, so, you know.
A decisive pummeling.
Alright, they're both dead. So I can focus on the big crab.
Precision and power.
It is also dead. Omayomo. Shinderu.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Not even slightly hurt. Nope. Yes, let's put some buffs on. It's a little unfair that you forced me to have stress from that, but okay. My fault for doing well in that fight, I guess. Alright, stunned. I didn't exactly know what I was going to do for your turn anyway, so it doesn't bother me too much. Alright. That's just unfortunate. Yeah, back to focus. What's the brine do? Less dodge, speed, and bleed resist. Oh no, the bleed resist is from a jellyfish. Damn it. Okay, it is also definitely time to call it a night after this this little fight. This mission, I should say. Just coating him in brine. And I guess the Black Plague. That's a shame.
Annihilate.
Go away. Jeez. Wasting sickness. It's getting everything. I could be greedy. Yay, greedy. Did wasting sickness lower his max health? Nope. Oh, it lowered his disease resist, as did the Black Plague. Great. Black Plague lowered his max health. We are going to shove you into a doctor after this. The sleeper's dream again. Whee!
Corrupted curiosities, begging for examination.
Oh, I should have healed you. I didn't read that fast enough.
Reality regained.
Okay, back to the regular stuff then. It was only fishy for a little bit. Oh, blighted. So they can blight and bleed. Got it. Ooh, they're hitting me with a blight now. Are these, like, stronger versions of the guys? It might be. I don't remember the first wave stats off the top of my head. We are also starting to get kind of high up on the old stress here. Alright, you know what? Help this man out a bit. Ow. Ow. Damn it. Dodge, at least. Oh, another one came. Hot. Ugh, that's some hefty blight. You do hate to see it. It's a shame because I think the leper does have a skill to ixnay that off himself, but... You. I meant to bandage you, actually. But...
A momentary abatement. Executed with impunity.
It's stealthed! Sneaky horse! Anyone see where the horse went? Yeah, it's good. That's not. And if this one shots, it won't riposte.
Back to the pit.
Nice. Oh, that's not great. Whip the horse. Are we gonna be stressed? It's close. Oh, hit a random one. Today that worked out. You do need to be in front for all your moves, so I'm gonna move you back up. Even if I probably won't end up using them. Almost ended up killing it before it did that again. Come on, get lucky! Damn.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
Fuck you.
Size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
A momentary abatement.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Well. Darn. Really? Cool.
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace of dread.
That's a damn shame.
The instruments pause, but the symphony will soon continue.
I don't like how the flame's color was wrong or whatever. Worries me.
rejoice at the familiar sight of mud, rain.
The Miller, 143 HP. A lot of bleed resist. Damn. Get rid of that dodge and mark you. I don't like that 20% protection or so it has. Huh. Don't like that. Oh, it's guarding him. Damn it. There goes my... There goes me having him marked. Guard skills disabled, less speed, but that's from anything else.
A singular strike.
Damn it. Ow. I'd love it if its turn was next. Cool, Scarecrow. Yep, that's gonna hurt. Ouchie.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
So cool. Hey, buddy. Welcome back to the front. Of course he dodged one of the few hits I can do. Oh, and that didn't heal him because of it. That's very upsetting.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal.
Yep, he's probably dead. Oh, got lucky.
And now the true
Yeah, I need to leave.
hold fast or expire. You cannot learn a thing you think you know.
Well, that was rough. Whew. Well. Don't want to do any more of that.
Irritant to some, a sanguine memory to me.
Title was distracted and misplaced a trinket, slippery boots. You lost me my boots, Title. Alright, well that is going to be it for tonight. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Hopefully everyone had fun. I'm not going to be trying that fight again for quite a while. Again, I'd messed with the town, but it doesn't save afterward and there is no manual saving.